balance. I've never played hockey. My son did in high school, and he was good. He was very good. So I because he was interested in hockey, I learned a lot about it. Went to his games, his practices. Really learned to admire the sport and the talented people who play hockey. As an aside, Mr. President, I'll tell you one lesson I learned about hockey through my son. You can't wash hockey gear. And as you probably know, Mr. President, you carry the hockey gear around, hockey players do, in these big duffel bags, huge, which of course they zip up. And my son did that. And when he would come in from practice or a game, and I would help him with his bag full of gear that you can't wash, be very, very careful when you unzip that bag, because the smell will knock you cold. Why do I mention hockey? Well, we just had a great hockey game. United States versus Canada. United States won, men's hockey. United States won, and I'm very, very proud of our boys. It was a close game, 2-1 in overtime. And of course, we celebrated that victory and congratulated our U.S. team at the State of the Union address. But I want to mention Canada. I think it's important to know that Canada's got a great team too. That was just a really good game. And it could have gone either way. And I so admire the people of Canada. There's things get rocky a little bit between us, between America and Canada, but deep down, Americans love the people of Canada. And they're smart, and they're hardworking, and they're industrious, and they're our neighbors, and we just appreciate them so much. And I just wanted to say to the members of the Canadian hockey team, well played. Well played. And I'm proud of America and our boys for winning, but I'm proud of the young men who played for Canada as well, and I wanted to say that. The second thing I want to talk about briefly is Netflix. Netflix and lawfare. Permit me to explain. I love Netflix. I don't get to watch a lot of television, but sometimes when I come in the evening and I want to relax, I'll watch one of the shows on Netflix. And, they have shows like I wrote a few down, Godless, Adolescence, Ripley, The Queen's Gambit, just wonderful acting. I really admire Netflix. It's a great American company. The ingenuity, the creativity that its founders had to have to come up with this concept. Video demand through streaming. Netflix is so successful today. They have 325 million subscribers. Their movies go out, and their limited series go out all across the world, 56 languages, I think. Netflix has 16,000 employees. They generate about $45 billion a year in cash flow. It's just a great American company, and I'm proud of it. That's why I was so surprised to hear recently some of the things said by one of the Netflix board of directors. I don't know how many directors Netflix has. I think it's anywhere from 10, 11, 12, 13. Really bright people. You go through and read their resumes, you can't help but be impressed. They're well compensated. Now, just to be a board member, they pay you $300,000 a year. But I was shocked to hear what one of their board members said. And I don't know if this board member was speaking for Netflix because she's so prominent. She's well known, and it's well known that she is on the board of Netflix. I think she was on the board of Netflix and then went into government. I'm talking, of course, about Miss Susan Rice, who worked for President Obama and President Biden, Stanford graduate, Rhodes Scholar, as a DPhil from Oxford. Ms. Rice is just, I guess I should say Dr. Rice is absolutely brilliant. But anyway, one of her paying gigs right now, I suspect she'll go back into government. One of her paying gigs right now is she's a very prominent independent director for Netflix. And it's very hard I mean, when she's so prominent, and you have this extraordinary American company, they're kind of joined at the hip. That's why I was so surprised. I want to read you what Ms. Rice said. I'm going to quote. These are her words, not mine. This is what Ms. Rice said. When it comes to the elites, the corporate interests, the law firms, the universities, the media, it's not going to end well for them. For those that decided that they would act in their perceived, very narrow self-interest, which I would underscore is very short-term self-interest, and take a knee to Trump, not President Trump, not Mr. Trump, take a knee to Trump. As an aside, that'll surprise me because when I talk about President Obama or President Biden or President Trump, I'm always very careful to call them president. Democrat or Republican, it's a matter of respect. But she said, I'm going to repeat this sentence, for those that decided they would act in their perceived, very narrow self-interest, Ms. Rice said, which I would underscore as very short-term self-interest, and take a knee to Trump. They are going to be caught with more than their pants down. They're going to be held accountable by those who come in opposition to Trump and win at the ballot box. If these corporations, I don't know if she's talking about Netflix or not. I know she's on the board of Netflix. If these corporations think that the Democrats, Ms. Rice, as you probably know, is a prominent Democrat. If these corporations think that the Democrats, when they come back in power, are going to play by the old rules and say, never mind, we'll forgive you for all the people you fired, all the policies and principles you violated, all the laws you've skirted, I think they've got another think coming. Because just like when Trump thought, once again, Trump, not President Trump, because just like when Trump thought, okay, I'll redistrict, and the Democrats won't have the guts to play hardball, they're going to be surprised. Democrats have had a bellyful. And we're not going to play by the old set of rules when these guys are playing by a different set of rules. End quote. Ms. Rice talked about being surprised. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. What came to mind initially when I read these words is you can only be young once, but you can always be immature. You can only be young once, but you can always be mature. What Ms. Rice is talking about is payback. What Ms. Rice seems to be saying is 2 wrongs don't make it right, but they do make it even. What Ms. Rice seems to be saying, and I don't know whether she's speaking on behalf of Netflix or not, but what Ms. Rice seems to be saying is that it's okay in America today to use the law to prosecute and harass your political enemies. I find that astounding, coming from a person of her stature. That's the sort of thing that doesn't happen in America. That's the sort of thing that's only supposed to happen in countries whose Powerball jackpot is 287 chickens and a goat. Not America. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in equal protection. We believe nobody is above the law, but nobody's beneath it. I can't think of a more irresponsible statement for somebody to make. You know, I remember when former President Biden started this lawfare business. Former President Biden, directly and indirectly, instructed Judge Merrick Garland, who was then Attorney General, to prosecute a former President of the United States, a former President of the United States who had run against President Biden, Attorney General Garland's boss, and a former President of the United States who at the time he was prosecuted by the Justice Department was a current opponent against President Biden. And I remember thinking at the time, they have unleashed spirits they cannot control. That is not what America is all about. And I know some are going to say, well, President Trump is doing the same thing. If that's true, I don't like that either. In fact, when many of President Trump's nominees for the Justice Department came and appeared before us for confirmation in judiciary, which I said, I talked to them about this. I said, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even is wrong. It was wrong then when President Biden did it. It's wrong now if people are doing it, and it's going to be wrong if Ms. Rice gets back in government. And it is wrong for her to advocate this, especially if she's doing it on behalf of Netflix, a great American company. Gosh, you can only be young once, but man, oh man, you can always be immature. I suggest the absence of a quorum, unless the parliamentarian wants me to yield to somebody, and she's pointing to Dave. So I'm going to yield to my good friend, the distinguished, handsome senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you to the distinguished senator from Louisiana. Mr. President, I rise today in support of the Road to Housing Act. I grew up in Northeast Pennsylvania in a town called Bloomsburg, believing in a simple deal. You work hard, you play by the rules, and you can build a life in your own home. But that promise, the American dream, has become increasingly out of reach to families across our great Commonwealth. There are too few homes to buy and too many aging homes that families can't afford to maintain. The numbers tell a clear and disturbing story. Pennsylvania is short about 100,000 homes today. That's the same number of seats as we see here in Penn State's Beaver Stadium. Median home prices have hit an all-time high of $325,000. Rent has surged, and more than half our housing stock in Pennsylvania is over 50 years old, which means greater repair costs for homeowners already struggling with tight budgets. The absence of good new affordable housing has locked out young families. When I was a teenager, the median age of a first-time homeowner was 29. 29 years old. Today, it's 40 years old. That is an entire decade of home ownership and wealth building that's been lost by a generation. Now, American families didn't create this problem. Washington did. Major federal housing programs have been funded for decades without serious reform. Some haven't been updated since the 1960s. The Biden administration had 4 years to address this crisis, and instead we got more bureaucracy, more mandates, and reckless spending that drove this problem off a cliff. From the row houses of Philadelphia to the small towns of the Monongahela Valley, home prices across Pennsylvania have risen more than 75%. 75% since 2020. Nationally, the average monthly mortgage payment is over $1,000 higher than when President Biden took office. Just last year, I visited Bedford dwellings in Pittsburgh's historic Hill District with HUD Secretary Turner, and we spoke with great Pennsylvanians who feel that the American dream is increasingly out of reach. I hear this feedback everywhere I travel across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a big problem. It's an unacceptable problem, and it's time for a new direction. President Trump's leadership is lowering housing costs for American families. He cut red tape in permitting and construction, and he directed key agencies to keep Wall Street out of the starter home market. And he delivered the most significant federal investment in affordable housing in decades via the Working Families Tax Cut Act. But today the Senate has an opportunity to build on this progress with serious bipartisan support by passing the Road to Housing Act. This important bill advances 3 goals. First, build more. The act cuts the red tape, lowers cost, and speeds up zoning and permitting. Second, fix what we have. Grants and forgivable loans are provided to low-income homeowners for repairs, for helping preserve home values, and to helping stabilize neighborhoods. Third, empower communities, not the bureaucrats. Local leaders are empowered to make decisions that fit their towns. The federal government should be a partner, not a gatekeeper. Guided by these 3 principles, the Road to Housing Act represents the most consequential federal action on housing in a generation. Let me repeat that. The most consequential federal action on housing in a generation. Passing through the Banking Committee with a unanimous 24-0 vote, Republicans and Democrats alike, it's also proof that the Senate can address important issues in a bipartisan way. I'm particularly proud of the amendments my friend and colleague Senator Fetterman and I championed together. They protect Pennsylvania workers, Pennsylvania veterans, and Pennsylvania homeowners. For example, I was the lead or co-lead on 6 provisions that will help ensure Pennsylvanians, including our 800,000 veterans, can afford good homes without the risk of falling through the cracks. The bill and my provisions also empower Pennsylvania's community lenders. There's a scene in the iconic movie It's a Wonderful Life where George Bailey, played by Jimmy Stewart. Jimmy Stewart, by the way, was a native of my dad's hometown, Indiana, Pennsylvania. And in that movie, he fights to save the Bailey Building and Loan. This was a community lender in the fictional town of Bedford Falls that knew every borrower by name and made the mortgages that helped ordinary people own homes. That model once helped build a wonderful life for generations of Americans. But we've regulated so heavily that community lenders who want to serve their neighbors can't make the math work. My friends, home ownership for most young families should not exist only in the movies. It should exist in Bloomsburg and Bedford and Braddock and every Pennsylvania community where a local lender knows the borrower and wants to say yes. This bill makes important steps in that direction. And one more thing. The Road to Housing Act builds on President Trump's efforts and takes on Wall Street landlords competing directly with first-time home buyers for single-family homes. The housing market should work for Main Street, not for Wall Street. So for all of these reasons, I am proud to stand in support of the Road to Housing Act. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes. Vote yes and make the American dream of home ownership possible again for the next generation of Pennsylvanians. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. That's a direct quote from President Trump a year ago, spoken about the Biden administration, which President Trump spoke in his inaugural address just over a year ago. Fast forward 1 year, and now it's this administration dragging the United States into an illegal war with Iran, one that has already taken American lives, spread chaos and destruction to an entire region. Iran's authoritarian regime is brutal, corrupt, oppressive, but the president's approach leaves us facing profound unanswered questions about new dangers that may be unleashed. I don't think there can be a clearer question raised about this administration than the president's own words. As he said a year ago, we have a government that can't manage a simple crisis at home, and at the same time we have one that is actively seeking catastrophic conflicts abroad. Every strike, every military escalation, every headline is a distraction. It pulls our attention overseas from the urgent economic struggles that Americans face at home. It distracts from the hard, less glamorous work it takes to make life more affordable for the American people. Iran is only the latest in a long line of distractions. Right now, the U.S. and Israel are hitting targets all across Iran. The Trump administration entered this war with with no plan of what comes next, and now the killing of Iran's supreme leader has left that country facing a dangerous, uncertain future. The conflict is spreading. Iran is retaliating by launching missiles at U.S. bases and partner countries across the Middle East. The entire region has now been dragged into this war, and 6 American soldiers are already dead. As we speak, more troops, our courageous men and women, are being deployed into this volatile region, all to fight a war of choice that is illegal. It's a war that the American people don't want. The administration can't agree on a joint goal, strategy, even an endgame. They don't seem to have one. They didn't anticipate how to evacuate hundreds of thousands of Americans living in or visiting in the Middle East who are now being told to flee a war zone but can't because the airspace is closed. The United Kingdom has been evacuating its citizens throughout the region, but our government, which has been planning this attack for months, doesn't seem to have plans for Americans. These are worse than mistakes. They're failures that are already costing American lives and throwing the region into chaos. All the chaos serves a purpose. It distracts from the president's failures at home, the rising prices, the violence of ICE against American citizens, the unreleased Epstein files. And while this White House wages war abroad, working Americans are barely treading water at home. Over the last year, the president's disastrous and illegal tariffs have crushed small businesses in Colorado and across the country. They've raised costs for all Americans. Tariffs clearly are a tax on Americans. Just this week, gas prices reached an 8-month high in response to the war in Iran. Americans are already paying for this war at the gas pump. Rent and home prices continue to rise, pushing the average American's first home purchase to age 40, an all-time record. Tens of millions of Americans are paying double for their health care because the president and MAGA Republicans passed legislation that will lead 15 million people to lose their coverage altogether. In 85 of the country's largest metro areas, child care for 2 kids costs more than rent. On top of all that, U.S. job growth is at its weakest since COVID, and wages aren't keeping up with inflation. According to Moody's, the top 10% of U.S. households now account for nearly half of all spending. That means on paper the economy may look relatively good, but only for half of Americans, half of America, the Americans at the top. And while working families struggle to get by, the president has given an extra boost to the powerful and well-connected. The Trump family themselves have made $4 billion off the presidency, and his administration helped pass $4 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations. They forced taxpayers to give up health care in order to pay for this tax cut. Meanwhile, our communities feel out of control. We've witnessed ICE arrest children, separate families, kill Americans, all with zero accountability. We've seen the president and his Department of Justice delay and deny the release of the Epstein files, the full Epstein files. In the selective files we do have, the name Trump shows up more than 85,000 times. Americans want safety. They want justice. They want to be able to pay their bills. Instead, what they're getting is cover-ups and corruption and chaos. Here's the thing. Americans know that something is wrong. Every paycheck feels a little small. Every trip to the grocery store, the doctor, every bill for rent, energy, or childcare, it's never quite enough. It's a terrible feeling. Americans work hard every day and still feel like they're getting nowhere. The last thing that they need, the last thing that we need, is another war. Americans know how this story ends because we've been here before. We remember Iraq. The more the president fuels this war machine, the more American families are getting closer to running on empty. It's time to cut short this illegal war and demand that the administration deliver for Americans and focus on our homes. For every family, for every soldier, for every paycheck, for every taxpayer dollars. A year ago, the president warned about a government stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad, but that's what we've done. We don't need this war. We need to focus on doing better at home. Mr. President, thank you. I yield back the floor.
President.
Senator of Tennessee.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things I noticed about today was it is March the 4th. That means it was exactly 8 months ago that President Trump signed into the law the working families tax cuts. Now, we knew that this was a massive win for the American people. And what we are seeing now, that is beginning to play out. And the American people are realizing what a big win passing this working families tax cut, big, beautiful bill was. One of the things that has come up recently is the $150 billion investment it made in our nation's defense. And certainly we are seeing that in action. It has been vital as our men and women of the military are working day and night to defend our nation from these attacks from the largest state sponsor of terrorism on the face of the earth, and that is Iran. It also provided $170 billion for border security, including funding to complete building the wall on our southern border, building new detention facilities for those that have illegally entered the country and are awaiting deportation. And to make all of this happen, of course, hiring and training more agents. I think it's important to note that since this bill was signed into law, not a single illegal alien has been admitted into our country. Think about that, Mr. President. For years, millions of people coming into the country, and heaven knows how many known and unknown gotaways were getting into this country. But now, not one. And this has been especially crucial to maintain our border enforcement as our colleagues across the aisle, the Democrats, continue their push for a partial shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. When I talk with Tennesseans, the part of the law that they are most excited about is tax cuts, leaving more money in their pocket, sending less money to the federal government. Now, true to its name, the working families tax cuts delivered the largest tax relief for Americans in history, and it prevented a $4 trillion tax hike. Of course, that would have been the largest tax hike ever. So while these provisions went into effect last year, most people are just now beginning to see how this is going to affect them, because we're at the point where everybody's trying to get their information together and fill out their IRS filing for the year. Now, in this law, I was so pleased that my legislation to remove income tax from Social Security for our nation's seniors was included. And every senior that is 65 years of age and older, every single one gets a $6,000 bonus deduction. If it's a couple married filing jointly, their bonus deduction is $12,000. Now, what we know is this eliminates the income tax for 88% of our Social Security recipients. I think this is a matter of fairness. American workers spend a lifetime paying into Social Security. The federal government has that first bite at your paycheck. They take that money out. So why should seniors have to pay tax on that Social Security? it makes absolutely no sense to be taxing taxes. And that's what this provision has done for years. And so by being able to remove this, we know that most seniors are going to see an extra refund of somewhere between $670 and $1,300. So for Americans on fixed incomes, these savings are going to help to pay for medicine, food, gas, groceries, other expenses that they may have. Now, for millions of workers, we've also lowered the taxes on tips and overtime. Americans who go the extra mile deserve to benefit from their hard work, and this provision of no tax on tips or overtime ensures that that is going to happen. With the new tips deduction, single filers will see an average savings of $1,370, and some are going to see savings as much as $5,500. And with the new overtime deduction, the average is estimated at $1,440. So this is delivering historic tax relief and benefits for families. And earlier this year, I had the honor of joining President Trump and Treasury Secretary Bessent for the official summit for the Trump accounts. These are new tax-advantaged accounts that were established in our legislation, and they're going to jumpstart the American dream for millions of children across this country. With the accounts, Americans that are born between 2025 and 2028 are going to be eligible for a $1,000 contribution into their account from the Treasury Department. Parents and grandparents and uncles and aunts who are always struggling with what to get for birthday, Christmas, or special events can contribute up to $5,000 a year into this account until that child turns 18. And we know these values are going to grow tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time that child grows to be an adult. So I think it's so important for those of us that have grandchildren, for those of us that have children, think about what this could mean for those children and grandchildren to be able to have a debt-free college education, or maybe a down payment on a home, or for a child that's truly an entrepreneur, the ability to start a business. We have been so excited about these, and Mr. President, the American people are excited about them too. Already 2 million families have applied for these accounts, and to any of the Tennessee families who are hearing these remarks, I would encourage them to sign up for this. It is IRS Form 4547. Be sure you sign your child up for one of these accounts. Now, it is impossible to list all the savings that are in the working family's tax cut, and there are a few more that are so specific for families. The enhanced child tax credit was made permanent. That's going to benefit 40 million families that are now getting ready to file their federal income tax. We also have a new deduction for interest paid on Made in America new vehicles. You'll be able to deduct the interest on that car payment. Now that is going to yield thousands in potential savings for new car owners. It permanently extends the estate and lifetime gift tax exemption. This is vitally important for people that own family farms, that have generational small businesses. Mr. President, what we've done for these family farms and small businesses is move that estate or death tax exemption up to $15 million per individual. So for a couple that owns a family farm and they want to pass that on, that would be up to a $30 million exemption. It also provides a significant increase to the basic standard deduction and permanently extends the first Trump administration tax cuts for businesses, bonus depreciation, interest expensing, research and development. These are so important because your mom and pop shops that are on Main Street, your small business factories that are in every town across this country, certainly we have many of them in Tennessee. Families want to consider these businesses, but so often they've had to sell the business or sell the farm to pay taxes. So often they end up losing money because interest expensing or bonus depreciation was not permanent or was not there at all. We are looking this year at families seeing an average of $2,600 as a savings on their taxes, and after they reset their deductions, seeing a take-home pay increase of about $10,000 for the year. Our working families tax cuts are strengthening the buying power of our families. It is strengthening the growth opportunities for our businesses and our communities in Tennessee and across the country. And Mr. President, I think it is important to note, I've laid out all these things that the American people benefit from, but I would remind the chamber, not one single Democrat voted for any of this, not one. So I think that what our colleagues across the aisle will see, Mr. President, as our senior citizens realize they've got a $6,000 bonus deduction, they're going to ask them, why did you vote against this? They're going to ask them, why did you vote against no tax on tips? Why have you voted for higher taxes? Why did you want a $4 trillion tax hike? Those are the questions that the citizens are beginning to ask. And I know that as they learn more about what was included in the Working Families Tax Cut Big Beautiful Bill, they're going to have more questions for our colleagues who were against leaving more money in the pocket of our citizens. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks. Mr. President.
Senator of Iowa.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, as a combat veteran who deployed to the Middle East, I served to protect America, not just then, but always. And I stand strongly with our Commander-in-Chief as he acts on behalf of the safety and security of Americans. The Iranian regime has been threatening, targeting, and taking the lives of our citizens for 47 years. Yet President Obama gave the regime billions to enrich uranium and obtain weapons used against our own service members. And President Biden's appeasement strategy continued to fuel and fund Iran's proxy terrorism. Enough is enough. This weekend, President Trump took decisive action, so neither Iran nor its proxies can ever take another one of our citizens' lives. And the objective is clear: ensure no American has to live under the threat of Iran-backed terror again. Like every American, I have no desire to see a long, drawn-out war, but this mission is worthy of being completed. God bless our service members around the world who are bravely and selflessly carrying out this noble endeavor. When I served in Iraq and Kuwait in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, each day I put on my boots, I donned my Kevlar, and stood shoulder to shoulder with my fellow Iowa National Guardsmen, unsure of what the day ahead would bring. But I knew it was my responsibility as a company commander to help my men and women stay focused when we were surrounded by chaos. And that remains my prayer for every single one of our men and women in uniform who are working to end Iran-backed terror. Our nation is still grappling with the news that 6 courageous heroes, including those from Des Moines' 103rd Sustainment Command and young Iowan Sergeant Declan J. Cody of West Des Moines, were killed in action. These young men and women gave their lives in support of a noble mission, protecting their fellow Americans and keeping our homeland secure. Our nation owes them an incredible debt of gratitude. It is one that can never be repaid. But as their fellow brothers and sisters in uniform carry out the mission to ensure we never lose another American to Iran-backed terror, their sacrifice to protect our nation is not and will not ever be in vain. Every American life is precious. And in Iran's decades-long pursuit of creating chaos around the globe, too many of our service members have been killed. In 1979, militants backed by Iran's regime seized 66 Americans from the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and held them hostage for 444 days. 8 U.S. service members were killed attempting to rescue them. In 1983, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists drove a truck bomb into a Marine barracks in Beirut, killing 220 Marines, 18 Navy sailors, and 3 Army soldiers. In January 2024, a drone launched by Iran-backed Hezbollah killed 3 U.S. soldiers at Tower 22 in Jordan. Those soldiers were engineers from the 718th Engineer Company. out of Georgia. It's one of my former companies. And no one can forget October 7th, 2023, when Iran-backed Hamas terrorists massacred more than 1,200 men, women, and children, including nearly 50 Americans. And they took 12 of our U.S. citizens hostage. I was in the region that night and immediately went to Israel, where I witnessed the effects of Iran's brutality up close. Make no mistake, folks, when Iran's leaders chant "Death to America," they mean it. Our adversaries must understand that a single American loss is one too many, and that they will pay dearly for spilling the blood of those who wear the uniform. Already, President Trump's peace through strength efforts are working. Iran's supreme leader and over 40 senior Iranian regime leaders have been wiped out. Their weapons systems, their navy, and their nuclear ambitions are being demolished. And our president, Donald J. Trump, is bringing the region together, united against their common enemy, Iran. Since October 7th, I have traveled to the Middle East more than 10 times in pursuit of peace. And I've heard firsthand from leaders across the Middle East for years about their fears of Iran and its proxies. While a more peaceful world was always the goal, as long as the Iranian regime and its proxies existed, it seemed far from reality. This week, Iran launched sustained attacks at our partners, thinking they would fracture our relationships in that region. They thought wrong. Instead, our partners have been brought together. They know who the real enemy is. And they have told me they stand with the United States and they support our actions. These are our Arab friends in the region. For too long, they have also lived under the threat of the Iranian regime and are ready for a region where peace and prosperity can finally take hold. And we know a safer Middle East means a safer world. Iowans are no strangers to the consequences of the chaos in the Middle East, which is why I want to bring an end to it. In December, 2 Iowa National Guardsmen, Staff Sergeants Nate Howard and Edgar Brian Torres Tovar, were killed by terrorists in Syria. Shortly after, in January, I visited the Iowa troops that were stationed in the region, including the unit that our staff sergeants came from. And I had one simple but very important message for them. Their noble mission matters. The work our men and women are doing overseas is helping keep the American homeland safe. But now is our opportunity to bring an end to the decades of chaos. The sooner the better. While the power to declare war exclusively rests with Congress, the responsibility to defend our nation and our homeland is in the hands of our Commander-in-Chief. And don't forget, Congress holds the power of the purse. Yet at this very moment, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down by Senate Democrats who are blocking its funding. This is a dangerous time for a political stunt. We don't know if there are terrorist sleeper cells waiting to avenge the death of the Ayatollah or even lone radicals. Consider a gunman who killed 2 in Austin, Texas on Sunday was wearing a T-shirt featuring an Iranian flag. And a Virginia mosque less than an hour's drive away from this very Capitol honored the, quote, martyrdom of the Ayatollah this week. While I appreciate the gentleman from Virginia's interest in exercising Congress's war powers, I would urge all of my Democrat colleagues to get behind those who are at this moment defending our nation. We've already lost too many lives at the hands of Iran. But as long as the Iranian regime chants death to America, the lives of our citizens will continue to be threatened. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator Massachusetts.
Mr. President, the military strikes on Iran by the United States and Israel are a reckless escalation of an illegal war. Americans do not want another endless war in pursuit of regime change. Americans want to fix the affordability crisis here at home. Americans want to fund health care, not endless warfare. Americans want to reclaim the tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires to spend it on health care and education and environmental protections in our country. This war is not helping America. It is hurting America. This war is built on lies about nuclear threats. And those lies are now costing American service members' lives. Senators got a classified briefing from the administration yesterday, and it confirmed what we already knew. This is an unnecessary and illegal war of choice by Donald Trump. Iran posed no immediate threat, and there is no plan to end this catastrophe. President Trump said yesterday that he started this war because he, quote, had a feeling. Donald Trump had a feeling, he said, that Iran was going to attack. There is no evidence, zero, to back this up. He has presented no evidence to back up his feeling, and that is outrageous. We should never, ever start a war based on a feeling, but only on facts. Donald Trump is risking the world on his whims and on his feelings. There was a time for diplomacy and Trump to seek congressional approval. Instead, this war will be a wrecking ball through the Middle East and must be stopped. Any war should have the support of Congress and the American people. Trump's war has neither. This attack has not been approved by Congress and holds dangers for all Americans. If Trump does not stop this war now, Congress must. And I look forward to voting later today to support the bipartisan War Powers Resolution to stop this illegal war. Let me be clear. This is a crisis of Trump's own creation. Iran's nuclear program was under control, thanks to the 2015 nuclear deal, which severely limited Iran's enrichment program and was working to prevent Iran from producing a nuclear bomb. But Trump tore up that deal in 2018 and then bombed Iran last June. Trump claimed then that the attack obliterated Iran's nuclear program. If it did, why is he attacking now? Was he lying then, or is he lying now? He was lying at some point in this process. Either it was obliterated or it wasn't. A diplomatic solution remains the best way to permanently and verifiably prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. But the more Trump bombs Iran, the further we get away from diplomatic deals. We are going backwards. And now, with the death of the Ayatollah, a terrible repressive leader who no one will miss, there is a power vacuum in the country. and more chaos. There is no guarantee that there will be a change of regime at all, or that whoever replaces the Ayatollah will be any better. In fact, the replacement could be much worse than the Ayatollah. Trump clearly sought regime change in Iran, but it is unlikely we will see it without sending ground troops, which we should not do. History teaches us that air wars alone do not force regime change. In Venezuela, we removed the leader, but did not change the regime. The future of Iran should belong to the Iranian people. I stand with them. Before the attacks, they showed extraordinary courage by peacefully taking to the streets to demand change. And as much as we all want to help and support the Iranian people, this is not a moment to impose solutions or shape outcomes from the outside. But that is what Trump is trying to do. I left yesterday's classified briefing understanding that Trump had absolutely no plan for this war or its endgame. It is not clear at all as to whether or not their goal is to engage in regime change or not. It is not clear at all when they plan to end this war and what their goals are that will end the war. And it is very clear that they have no idea what the successor government will look like in Iran. They're making this up as they go along in Trump's Oval Office. I know that because they clearly had no evacuation plan for the scared Americans who are now struggling to leave the region, many without answers still to how they get out of the region. My office is doing everything we can to help Massachusetts residents who are abroad in the Middle East trying to get home. We're hearing that the State Department has no plan to help them. This is a dangerous and reckless approach to war, and these families do not deserve to be in the crosshairs. And I'm pressuring the State Department to act quickly and decisively to help bring these families home safely. It's day 5, and it's unacceptable that they still do not have a clear plan in the Trump administration as to how to evacuate all of these Americans who are caught in this Middle Eastern conflict. There was no plan. The best way to protect people in the region is to end this war and end it right now. President Trump is completely out of control, and Americans have already lost their lives because of it. We need to end this illegal and unnecessary war now, and I will do everything in my power to make that happen. No war with Iran. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back.
Senator of Alabama.
Mr. President, I've come to the floor several times over the past few months to sound the alarm about the serious threat that radical Islam poses to the United States of America. Unfortunately, we're seeing that play out in real time now that what's happening over in Iran. I've discussed many times radical Islam is not a religion. It's a death cult, and it's a political ideology that encourages Muslims to kill all infidels. In simple terms, that means Americans and Christians. So, it shouldn't be a surprise that Iran launched a 47-year war against the United States almost immediately after being taken over by radical Islam in February of 1979, just 9 months after the Iranian Revolution, which put the radical Islamists in charge. A group of Iranians stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and took 66 American hostages. Sometimes we forget. A few years later, in 1983, Iran helped orchestrate the deadly Beirut bombing of the U.S. Marine barracks, which killed 241 American service members. 241. How soon we forget. In October 2000, Iran's proxies bombed the USS Cole off the coast of Yemen. In 2012, Iran conducted a series of cyber attacks on critical American infrastructure seeking to take us down digitally. In 2016, they seized 2 American ships and held 10 U.S. Navy sailors hostage for 16 hours. And since 2023, Iran and its proxies have attacked U.S. forces 180 times across the world. Not to mention, they've done all this while chanting, "Death to America." How nice. Clearly, these radical Islamic terrorists have one goal in mind: to wipe out the United States of America, wipe us off the face of the earth. To accomplish this goal, they have been working feverishly to develop a nuclear weapon to gain more strength and more power. Thanks to Barack Obama entering the Iran nuclear deal in 2015, sending them pallets of cash, they were almost successful. So, this so-called deal basically allowed Iran to build a nuclear stockpile, which the United States, for years, turned a blind eye. The deal remained in place until 2018, when President Trump withdrew and imposed maximum pressure of sanctions on Iran. You know, the pressure worked as Iran's economy was plunged into a deep recession during President Trump's 4 years in office. But luckily for them, Joe Biden got into the White House in 2021, and what'd he do? He immediately re-entered Obama's broken nuclear deal with Iran, empowering Iran to once again build a nuclear arsenal. And they were well on their way to achieving that goal of nuclear power. But Iran's luck ran out when President Trump got back into office last year. He pulled the United States out of that nuclear deal, and a few months later, President Trump gave the order to Operation Midnight Hammer, which was one of the most impressive missions in U.S. military history. This flawlessly executed operation destroyed the nuclear capabilities Iran had been building under Joe Biden. But unfortunately, Iran's nuclear ambition didn't end there. Iran's former leader, the deranged Ayatollah, was doing everything he could to get their nuclear program back together. These terrorists cannot be trusted. They want us to see every single freedom-loving American dead. Pretty plain and simple. And it would be like the use of a nuclear weapon to do that. That's the reason they were working for that. So, as Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said, we didn't start this war, but we're damn sure going to finish it. And thank goodness somebody has stepped to the plate. Thanks to President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, on Saturday morning, U.S. military forces Operation Epic Fury, a targeted mission to wipe out Iranian leadership and obliterate the country's offensive ballistic, missile, and nuclear weapons capabilities. Unlike the forever wars of the past 50 years, Operation Epic Fury's goals are clearly, by the President of the United States, Donald Trump, they're clearly laid out. Destroy the Iranian regime's missiles and their launchers, annihilate their navy, prevent their terrorist proxies from destabilizing the world, and ensure Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. You know, we tried diplomacy, but as the old saying goes, you can't negotiate with terrorists. They wanted nothing to do with it. But President Trump and his group tried. And that's what these people are, terrorists motivated by their radical Islamic beliefs. If you don't believe me, let's look directly into the Quran. Chapter 2, verse 98, the Quran says, Allah is the enemy of all non-Muslims. Pretty simple. Chapter 8, verses 12, the Quran says, Allah will instill fear in the heart of those who disbelieve. Therefore, strike them upon the necks. If you wondered where radical Muslims got the idea of beheading people, which we saw many times over the years, now you know. Or take Quran 8:39, which says, fight non-Muslims until the faith of Allah is fully established. Those are not my words. This is all clearly written in their book of Quran. Now, you see why I say that radical Islam is not a religion, it is a death cult. They have a plan. There's been a lot of talk over the past few days about what America first means, and that's okay. In this country, you have the right to debate and even to disagree with your government. That's what this country is all about. But despite the fact that President Trump has been leader of the free world for the majority of the last decade, the mainstream media and leftists still don't seem to understand him. So, let's spell it out for you. MAGA isn't about isolationism. It's the big stick that punishes the people who chant death to America. America First is about having a military so strong and so effective that your enemies go into hiding. In case you haven't noticed, you hadn't heard a peep out of Russia or China since President Trump took out the Iranian terrorist this past Saturday. In fact, China, their oil imports have been crippled since President Trump took out Venezuela dictator and now the radical Islamic Iranian regime. President Trump now has put our enemies on notice. Mess around and find out. To the left screaming endless wars. No, it isn't. We've been fighting this war since 1979. Now, it's time to end it. Americans have been regularly killed by these radical terrorists since 1979. This operation isn't about nation building. It's about protecting United States citizens by making sure these terrorists don't get their hands on a nuclear weapon. I'm proud of our military who has valiantly executed the mission so far. This has been the most lethal and successful air campaign in history. This is a highly complex mission. President Trump says he expects to potentially go a few more weeks, hopefully minimizing any more American casualties along the way. I join every American in mourning the losses of the 6 American service members who have been killed so far. These men and women are patriots who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country and for our safety. We join their families and friends in mourning their losses and pray for the safe return of all of our brave warriors overseas. But for those of us who are in the homeland, we must stay vigilant. Because the truth is, the threat of radical Islam isn't confined to the Middle East any longer. Under Joe Biden, thousands of radical Islamic terrorists illegally entered our country. We have no idea how many terrorists are here. We have no idea where they're at. It's scary, but it's true. Just this past weekend, 53-year-old naturalized American citizen, born in Africa, entered a bar in Austin, Texas, senselessly murdering three innocent Americans and injured 14 others. To no one's surprise, the terrorist was wearing a sweatshirt that said, "Property of Allah," along with a t-shirt underneath with an Iranian flag printed on it. Law enforcement also found a Quran in the terrorist vehicle. If we don't do something about terrorists who are here, this may just be the first of a string of attacks carried out by Muslim terrorist cells in the next few months. You know, you don't have to look far to see the rising influence that Islam is having in the United States. More than 5 million Muslims live here today, and they're influencing our culture and even our laws. We are blessed that the freedom of worship is a constitutionally guaranteed right in this country, and it should be. If you want to come here legally, peacefully, practice your religion, and blend into our society by adopting the treasured American values of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you are welcome to do so. That's what this country is all about. But if you have and you believe that Sharia law supersedes American law, our Constitution, and that it is righteous to kill Americans, you should be deported pronto. Sharia law is an anti-American and has no place in a free society. Yet we're seeing U.S. towns and cities starting to enforce elements of Sharia law itself. Towns in Minnesota, Michigan, New Jersey now allow daily Islamic calls to prayer to be blasted on speakers in public places. Now that's not even allowed in Muslim countries. They can't do that, but we allow that to happen in our country. The iconic Times Square in New York has been taken over daily by Islamic calls to prayer. And don't even get me started on this Islamic mayor in New York City. He gave his oath of office with one hand on what? The Quran. You know, I wonder if he agrees with the Quran statements I listed earlier. I just wonder if he believes that. He recently seen praying with Muslim police officers, which is fine. Before we realize it, Madami will be enacting Sharia law in America's premier city and not the U.S. Constitution. It's coming. Additionally, Madami recently visited a New York City mosque which has ties to the Iranian regime. To make matters worse, the mayor's friend who runs a mosque openly prays for the killing of infidels. And who is that? That's you. But it isn't just New York. A city in Michigan recently legalized the barbaric live slaughter of animals for Muslim holidays. This is not a third world country, folks. We do not sacrifice animals in the streets of the United States of America. But I guess our Western values go out the window when it comes to appeasing the Islamic death cult. Over the weekend, not far from our nation's capital, a mosque held a memorial service for the late Ayatollah, who was taken out just this past week by President Trump. They had a memorial service for him. The mosque social media post described the Iranian dictator as a martyr and our leader. This is people right down the street. Yes, this is the very same terrorist who is responsible for murdering tens of thousands of its own people just last month. He was working every single day to form a worldwide caliphate where Sharia law is the constitution and global terrorism or jihad is its foreign policy. And you have to have Islamists on American soil calling him a hero. It's absolutely sickening. And for some reason, our colleagues, the Democrats in this body, are siding with these people. I don't understand that. I mean, they have nothing to do with America. And we even have some of the elected officials in this body who worship Sharia law, and they need to be stopped. If these people love these third world countries, they need, they're from, especially in the House, please feel free to move. A mosque in Dearborn, Michigan also held a vigil for the evil Iranian dictator, calling him the great leader of our time. But they didn't stop there. These idiots also claimed that America was built by devil worshipers, referred to the Statue of Liberty as Lucifer, and said they want their children to grow up in a culture of jihad, killing all Christian Americans. These people seem to be completely ignorant about the founders of our country and so little about the history of America. We weren't built by devil worshipers. In fact, America was founded on Christian values who believe in one true God. That's why our motto is "In God We Trust." It's on our currency. Our God is full of forgiveness and mercy. His son Jesus taught us to turn the other cheek and love our neighbor as ourselves. Allah, on the other hand, shows no mercy. In fact, he encourages murder, violence, and torture of women. This is why I say that radical Islam is fundamentally incompatible with the American Christian values. You know, in America, women are allowed to dress, go to school, work, and marry whoever they like. Iran used to be like this too before they were taken over by radical Islamists in 1979. This is them post-1979. Sadly, under the sick leadership of these terrorists, women are treated like dogs. Do you hear that? Women are treated like dogs. They are forced to cover every part of their body, of their skin except their eyes. They aren't allowed to leave home unless they're with a male escort. They aren't allowed to get an education or work a job, and they are forced sometimes to marry young as 6 years old. Pedophilia and inbreeding are rampant, and women are lucky if they are allowed to drive. Hell, we have a U.S. Congresswoman from one of these third world Muslim countries who is married to her brother. Where are all my Democrat colleagues who claim to be feminists? They should be outraged by Islam's treatment of women. We cannot allow this sort of poisonous ideology to fester. Under Joe Biden, 10 to 20 million people came here illegally. Many of these people came from radical Islamic countries and brought their sick ideology with them. If you live in the United States and practice Sharia law, you should be deported immediately. We have no choice, folks, if we want to keep this country. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out, is what I say. If you chant death to America, we do not want you here. We are stupid if we just sit on our hands in what we call terrorist cells who work and pull off their next attack and say this is a one-time deal. It is not. Thanks to our Democrat colleagues who dislike the things, the way this country is going and love power, the Department of Homeland Security now is shut down. That's really smart. This is not the time to be playing politics. This is an urgent national security crisis. Every single one of my Senate colleagues put their hands on the Bible in this room and swore an oath when they joined this body. We swore to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, I have news for you. The enemies are inside the gates. They're here. It's past time that we reopen the Department of Homeland Security, deporting every single terrorist who is living in this country, and there are thousands. If we don't take a stand now, our way of life, our Christian values, our freedoms, and our national identity are gone. It's going to be over. There's only room for one law in this country, and that's the Constitution of the United States of America. For too long, people have tiptoed around this issue, afraid to hurt someone's feelings or make people uncomfortable. But the time for being politically correct is over. So the question is, will we continue to turn a blind eye to radical Islamic cult? Or will we stand up and be more Americans and not see Americans killed? Now's the time to act. If we don't, we will lose our country as we all know it. We're already starting to see it happen. This isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. This is an American issue. I wish more of my Republican and Democrat colleagues would join me in denouncing radical Islam before it's too late. But it seems like we're living in an age of people who are too scared to stand up for what is right. Weak leaders have allowed the Islamic cult to destroy Europe. And folks, we're going to be next. Thank God, President Trump, who actually has the courage to take out these radical terrorists. Let's get in, complete the mission, and get out. God bless our president, God bless our troops, and God bless the United States of America. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Michigan.
Mr. President, Saturday morning, the U.S. military started conducting airstrikes on Iran, dragging America into yet another war in the Middle East. Since President Trump's reckless decision to escalate this conflict, at least 6 Americans have been killed in service to their country, and many more have been injured. And President Trump himself has said, quote, "There will likely be more before it ends," end of quote. And then he also said, quote, "Well, that's the way it is," end of quote. Well, Mr. President, my heart goes out to their families and loved ones, and I will be forever grateful for their service and for their sacrifice. It's been days since this attack, but President Trump has yet to make it clear to Congress, and more importantly, to the American people, what exactly our objectives are. What does victory look like? What he does say seems to change daily, if not more frequently. The American people have a right to know the facts and a right to know the truth. And our Constitution leaves no room for doubt that Congress, not the President, has the sole power to declare war. And that check is in place for a very important reason. Our founders did not want to place the immense power over whether or not to go to war in the hands of just one individual. They argued, if the President alone could make such a decision unilaterally, it would be the equivalent to granting the President the power granted to a king. We all know our history. The U.S. had just defeated a king in the Revolutionary War, and our founders were in the process of creating a constitutional republic, not a monarchy. Talking to my constituents in Michigan, and certainly as evident by numerous polls that have come out recently, President Trump has decided to start a war that Americans clearly do not want. The American people instead want us focused on issues that will improve their lives here at home. When I hear from Michiganders, they tell me they want lower prices, they want safer streets, they want more attention to their challenges here at home. But if Americans are going to send their sons and daughters into harm's way across the world, they certainly deserve to know what the president's end goal is and what is the exit strategy. Now, make no mistake, Mr. President, Iran is a brutal authoritarian regime. And I have long said that we must ensure that Iran never, ever produces a nuclear weapon. But unless we face an imminent threat, the president cannot unilaterally drag us into war. Our country knows too well that war in the Middle East comes at a very high cost to our service members and to their families. And it's also an incredibly expensive endeavor for our taxpayers. In September 2021, 20 years after the United States invaded Afghanistan, Brown University released a comprehensive report that just outlined the staggering cost of the war on terror. It found that those military engagements added approximately $8 trillion to our national debt. We're still grappling with the cost of all of those wars. And now the president's starting a new one, all without properly consulting the American people. But let me be clear, this is not about partisan politics. This is not about that at all. It's about fundamental constitutional obligations. In fact, in 2013, Democrats made the Obama administration come to Congress with a plan for its involvement in Syria. It was Senate Democrats who forced a vote to authorize the use of military force by a Democratic president. They did it because it was required by the Constitution. It was not a party issue. But unfortunately, my Republican colleagues seem to be content to simply act as a rubber stamp for President Trump and not require a vote as required in the U.S. Constitution. During my time as a lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy Reserve, I served in Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, places where right now our service members are at a heightened risk because of this operation. And my thoughts and prayers are with these brave service members and the nearly 40,000 U.S. troops serving within range of Iranian missiles and a situation on the ground that is changing rapidly. What comes next is critical for U.S. service members, the American people, and the entire world. That's why today the Senate will vote on a resolution that would assert Congress's power over the president to declare war, as outlined in the Constitution and put forward by our founders. It would not prevent us in any way from defending ourselves against an attack, but it would ensure that President Trump cannot escalate this war with Iran without congressional approval and, more importantly, the approval of the American people. The American people deserve answers, and our service members deserve real leadership. And that's why I'll be voting yes on the resolution before us here today. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it because it's past time for this administration to show the American people a real plan. It's past time for Congress to start acting like a co-equal branch of government. We need to exercise the checks and balances that our Constitution expects from us. And that means every member of this chamber, right here, right now, needs to go on the record to say whether they want to be passive ignore their obligation to the Constitution, and allow the president to continue this war without a clear plan for the American people? Or do they want to require the president to be fully transparent and accountable to the American people and, importantly, preserve the integrity of our beloved constitutional republic? President, I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska is recognized.
Mr. President, I want to begin with a moment of solemn gratitude. Yesterday, we received devastating news. U.S. Army Sergeant, First Class Noah Tegens of Bellevue, Nebraska, was killed in Kuwait during an unmanned aircraft system attack while supporting Operation Epic Fury. He was assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command out of Des Moines, Iowa. Sergeant Tegens enlisted in the Army Reserve in 2006 as a wheeled vehicle mechanic. He gave 2 decades of his life to this country, deploying to Kuwait in 2009 and again in 2019, always answering the call, always showing up. His record of service speaks for itself. Sergeant Tegens earned the Meritorious Service Medal, the Army Commendation Medal, the Army Achievement Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary and Service Medals, the Iraq Campaign Medal with Campaign Star, the Army Service Ribbon, the Overseas Service Ribbon, and the Armed Forces Reserve Medal with M device. Each ribbon and each medal marks a chapter of life poured out in service to something larger than himself. We honor Sergeant Tegens today, and we hold his family, his unit, and all who loved him in our hearts. In addition to Sergeant Tegens, 5 other American heroes did not come home. All 6 of these service members gave their last full measure of devotion in service to this country, and we will never forget them. To their families, their mothers, their fathers, their spouses, their children, a grateful nation stands with you and prays for you. May they rest in eternal peace. Last week, President Trump made a decisive call to strike at the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. The Iranian regime is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of Americans and continued to pose unacceptable threats to this country, to the United States. Our brave men and women in uniform, they carried out Operation Epic Fury with courage, precision, and unwavering commitment to protecting this nation and to protecting the world from one of its greatest threats. Because of their valor, Iran's ability to project force and project terror throughout the region has been significantly degraded, and their nuclear ambitions have been devastated. But the threat does not end with the strikes this weekend. Iran's terrorist proxy networks are already embedded in our hemisphere, in part because of years of open border policies that left this country dangerously exposed. The risk of a terror attack on American soil has gone up, and our Department of Homeland Security, it is shut down not understaffed, not underfunded. It is shut down for 19 days and counting. This agency was created on September 11th, 2001, for one purpose: to make sure that we never again suffer a catastrophic attack on our homeland. DHS, they guard our airports. It responds when hurricanes and wildfires devastate our communities. It defends our power grids, our water systems, and our financial networks from foreign adversaries who seek to bring us to our knees. And right now, well, this critical agency is crippled. 61,000 TSA employees are working without pay, including 42,000 screeners who are standing at security checkpoints in airports around this country at this very moment. They are screening your bags. They are checking your boarding passes. They are doing their jobs with professionalism, all while not knowing how they're going to pay their rent, how they're going to feed their children, or how they're going to keep the lights on. This is not just unfair. This is a disgrace. 2/3 of CISA, the Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency, has been furloughed. The people whose sole job is to protect our power grids, to protect our hospitals, our financial networks from Chinese and Iranians and Russian cyber attacks, they've been sent home. FEMA's emergency response capacity is totally disrupted. The Coast Guard is unfunded. The Secret Service is strained. And every single day that this drags on, the window for a catastrophic attack on this country, on American soil, it opens up a little wider. It is these organizations that are bearing the brunt of this government shutdown. So I would ask my Democratic colleagues, I'll ask them directly, why? Republicans have put forward a counterproposal. The ball, well, it's in Senator Schumer's court. And so far, you know what? We all know what. He's chosen politics. He's chosen politics over protecting American people. Well, let me be clear about where Republicans stand. We will not accept any agreement that ties the hands of federal law enforcement. We will not accept provisions designed to obstruct immigration enforcement. We have been ready to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security and get every one of those 61,000 workers back to doing the jobs that keep this country safe. Mr. President, let me close with this. 6 Americans just gave their lives to make this world safer. The very least that we can do is ensure that the agencies defending our homeland here at home have the funding, the personnel, and the operational capacity to do their jobs. To my colleagues across the aisle, end this shutdown. Fund our Department of Homeland Security and stop holding our national security hostage. To the American people, know that there are those of us who will not stop fighting until every agency charged with protecting this homeland is fully funded, fully staffed, and fully focused on our safety. Because that, above all else,
little to address the same concerns I had when I was one of 23 senators in October of 2002 to vote against our invasion of Iraq. When I listened to the rationale from the Trump administration for our invasion of Iran, it sounds like the echo of the argument made in Iraq. Remember when we were looking for weapons of mass destruction, which threatened our allies and even the United States? We finally invaded the country, took a quick look around and realized there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Now, when it comes to Iran, 5 or 6 different rationales have been used to explain why we invaded this country. First, they said stop them from developing nuclear weapons. We're all for that. In fact, the inspectors who were making sure that they didn't develop them were removed from Iran under the first Trump administration by orders of President Trump. Doesn't make any sense to argue we need inspectors when he removed them in the first place, which he never should have done. Second, there's an argument that they're developing ballistic missiles that threaten the United States. Those are months, if not years, away from development. How do you justify this current invasion? Regime change. If the president thinks he can use missiles and aircraft to achieve regime change, I think he's dreadfully wrong. And finally, the notion that Israel was going to attack anyway, so we might as well join in. When you listen to these rationales, they change by the day. Who was designing this scheme, this plan, this strategy? Simply, it's easier to get in a war than it is to get out of one. The president is going to discover that, I'm afraid. I served in this chamber during the Iraq War. I visited the Walter Reed Hospital many times to see soldiers who had just returned from combat. In fact, my colleague, my close friend, Tammy Duckworth, the other senator from Illinois, was one of those casualties. I'll never forget the rows of beds of young men and women with terrible injuries from roadside bombs and IEDs in the Iraqi war. Many of these brave servicemen are still grappling with the wounds of war, whether from traumatic brain injuries or PTSD they sustained in combat. That is the real cost of war, a war which this administration cannot explain the rationale for. When you go to war, the president says some people will die. Sadly, he's telling us the truth, the reality of war. And we should remind the American people regularly that this president promised that would never happen, and yet it has. Americans are not asking for another foreign entanglement. They're asking for a president who puts the American people first in terms of the challenges, the real challenges, the cost of living that they face every day. President Trump has found billions of dollars. We're spending over $1 billion a day in Iran to wage this war. But he cannot spare a penny to help Americans afford their groceries, mortgage, or health insurance. My constituents are already paying more on their gas and energy bills because of the chaos the president has created in the Middle East. That is likely to get worse. There is no love lost between America and the Iranian regime for decades. It has been a menace to the region, its own people. It is a worthwhile objective to prevent them from sponsoring terrorism and building nuclear weapons. But impulsive military attacks carry tremendous risk, uncertainty, and cost that may confront us in the region for months and years to come. That is the reality of war. When I look back, there are 3 of us left in the Senate who voted against the invasion of Iraq. A recent article in the New York Times written by Carl Hulse went and asked senators who voted for the war in Iraq whether they wish they had that vote to take over. Many of them said they had. They wanted it to vote, as 23 of us did, against the invasion of Iraq. As I said, and worth repeating, it is easier to get in a war than it is to get out. And in this circumstance, we don't have a clear mission or a clear commitment from our allies to stand by us. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The Minority Leader.
it's been a week, more than a week, since Donald Trump began his war with Iran without strategy, without an endgame, and with very little support from the American people. 7 U.S. service members have now been killed in the Middle East. One of them was killed in Saudi Arabia this weekend. We also mourn the death of Major Sorfly Davies, a New York Police Department officer from Queens, who was deployed as a member of the 42nd Infantry Division of the U.S. National Guard. He died on Friday at a U.S. base in Kuwait. Major Davies was the rare kind of public servant, keeping New Yorkers safe here at home as a police officer and keeping Americans safe abroad as a soldier. The Senate prays for all our service members who have died since the start of the war. We pray for their families, and as we pray, many of us also ask, 1 week into this conflict, what are the goals of this war? What does victory even look like? We don't know. Donald Trump is making it up as he goes along. It's almost as if he wakes up each morning and decides right then and there what the strategy for the day is. Donald Trump and his administration owe the American people an explanation. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and other senior officials must come to the Senate for public hearings and testify under oath as to why our troops are once again fighting and dying in the Middle East. The American people deserve answers. The Senate must hold public hearings with cabinet secretaries to get answers. Now on gas prices. Here's one thing we do know. Donald Trump's war has sent gas prices skyrocketing through the roof. Brent crude rose above $100 a barrel and spiked as high as $120. Gasoline prices in the U.S. jumped more than 40 cents. Let me say that again because we had a happy little fella up there, or girl, fella it looks like, but he doesn't have to pay for the high price of gas at the pump as we do. So he's laughing. But anyway, Brent crude rose above $100 a barrel and spiked as high as $120. Gasoline prices in the U.S. jumped more than 40 cents. When oil prices spike like this, it ripples across the entire economy. Airline tickets, shipping costs, everyday goods go up, up, up in price. Inflation was already on the rise, and Trump's war just made it much, much worse. That's why I'm calling on President Trump to immediately release oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to help bring prices down. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve exists precisely for moments like this. If President Trump cared about easing pain at the pump, he would act to release these reserves now. But instead of acting, Donald Trump is lost in a sea of delusional thinking. As gas prices rise, here's what Trump says: if they rise, they rise. Tough luck, America. He says they're a very small price to pay, and that only fools would think differently. The over 180 million fools who need or depend on gasoline, Mr. President, they don't care about paying more of their hard-earned dollars? They're fools? That's what Trump is saying to you, America. What contempt. What cluelessness. It's as if America is being led to war by Marie Antoinette. He has no clue what it's like to struggle to pay for gas, to pay for the rent, to pay for groceries. He is in a bubble. Yeah, he's a billionaire. He doesn't have to pay for these things. The average American does. I will add this. The longer this war drags on, the greater the risk it spirals beyond control. Over the weekend, there were reports that Trump is seriously considering putting boots on the ground. That would be Americans' worst nightmare, boots on the ground. Once our forces land on the ground, the hard part is getting them out. What begins as targeted operations could turn into open-ended fighting and turn into mission creep. Weeks turn into months, which could turn into years. Americans simply don't want that, and the brutal Iranian regime knows we don't want it either, so they won't be incentivized to negotiate. On the airstrike at the school. The longer war drags on in the Middle East, the more likely it will be that civilian casualties mount as well. This morning, public reporting said a preliminary U.S. assessment found that the United States was likely responsible for a deadly airstrike that obliterated a girls' elementary school that killed nearly 170 people, many children. This is heartbreaking, and it was likely avoidable. When presidents launch us into a war without a plan, mistakes multiply. Civilians and service members get hurt, and conflicts spiral out of control. Americans don't want us in this terrible, costly, unnecessary war. But 1 week in, they fear Donald Trump has dragged us into a war that is just getting started. And finally, on the SAVE Act. Yesterday, Donald Trump posted that he will not sign any legislation, no matter how important, until Congress sends him the SAVE Act, and a beefed-up SAVE Act at that. The SAVE Act is nothing more than Jim Crow 2.0. It is a voter suppression bill. It takes away vote by mail. It makes it harder for people to register, and would require states to hand over voter rolls to election deniers at the Department of Justice. The real damage here is not when you show up at the poll to vote and ask for ID. It's the registration. They ask every state for their voter rolls, and a Musk-inspired Doge voter ID using AI would be used to take tens of millions of people off the voting rolls, and they're not even told. They show up at the voting place on Election Day. They say, sorry, ma'am, sorry, sir, you're not on the rolls. Why? Because of this Doge thing. It's outrageous. It is Jim Crow all over again. And now he says he doesn't even want vote by mail. Tell that to handicapped people. And to register, when they kick you off, you have to show up in person, only 5% do, and you have to show a passport or an original birth certificate. Very hard for people to obtain. It's outrageous. Outrageous. And now Donald Trump says he will not sign any bill to lower costs, lower rent, lower groceries, until Congress passes this bill taking away tens of millions of citizens' right to vote. If Trump is saying he won't sign any bills until the SAVE Act is passed, there'll be total gridlock in the Congress. On the other hand, if the SAVE Act does pass, democracy will be in very serious danger. Donald Trump is saying, in effect, unless Congress helps him undermine democracy, he's prepared to hold the rest of the country hostage. This is what he does. He's a thug. He's a bully. He can't ever argue on the merits, so he threatens. And no bills to bring down gas prices, no bills to make groceries more affordable, no bills to increase housing, not until the SAVE Act passes. That's what Donald Trump is saying. Democrats will make sure that never happens. Yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Ohio.
Madam President, I rise today to address a crisis that strikes at the heart of what makes our nation exceptional, the American dream. Like many who came before me, I came to America with my family to find my version of that American dream. For generations, the catalyst of that dream has been simple and powerful. The ability to graduate from high school, get a good job, get married, buy a home, raise a family in a safe community, send your kids to good schools, and retire with dignity. I think of my father-in-law, who joined U.S. Steel straight out of high school, bought a nice home in a suburb of Indiana. He raised a family of 3 kids, all on a single salary. The question facing this body is does the American dream still exist, and are we still willing to fight for it? Ensuring this lives in America should unify all elected officials, regardless of political party. But for too many families, whether it's teachers in Ohio classrooms, nurses in Cincinnati hospitals, factory workers in Cleveland, or truck drivers hauling goods across our state, that dream is increasingly out of reach. Home prices have skyrocketed, starter homes have vanished, and entire neighborhoods are being built not for homeowners, but for distant corporations to rent out indefinitely. This is the explosive growth of a new industry called the single-family build-to-rent industry. Massive Wall Street firms, private equity giants, and institutional investors are constructing whole communities of detached homes only to lock them up as permanent rentals. These aren't small landlords helping fill a gap. These are corporate empires turning housing into just another asset class, just a profit machine for themselves, while denying precious supply of single-family homes from hardworking Americans. In Ohio, this impact is real and painful. In Columbus, developments are rising as build-to-rent subdivisions. Families who could once afford modest 3-bedroom homes now face monthly rents of $2,700 or more. Payments that build corporate equity, not the equity for that homeowner. In Cincinnati, prime land that should host for-sale starter homes for young families is instead hovered up in bulk for rental portfolios controlled by out-of-state investors. And in the working-class East Side neighborhoods in my hometown of Cleveland, Ohio, institutional and out-of-state investors have snapped up nearly half of all home purchases, turning once affordable homes into profit machines while jacking up rents, neglecting repairs, and slamming the door on working families. Every home built for rent in Ohio is one less home available for purchase, fueling fiercer competition and driving up prices even higher for everyone else. The facts are just undeniable. The share of new family homes built specifically for rent has surged to levels far above historic norms, 10% in some periods of all new housing starts. Those aren't scattered units, they're planned, large-scale communities designed for institutional ownership and endless renting. By crowding out for sale development, they reduce inventory for first-time buyers, they push prices skyward, and they condemn millions to a lifetime of renting, facing higher rents, endless fees, perpetual instability, and no path to building generational wealth. The median age of a first-time homebuyer in America is now 40 years old. That was 33 just 6 years ago. It's gone up 7 years in 6. Because of that, because quite frankly, the ladder to ownership has been pulled up by corporate interest. Homeownership is the cornerstone of the American dream for a reason. Equity grows over time. Forced renting means your hard-earned dollars line someone else's pockets. I know this firsthand. Without the equity that I built in my first home, I would never have been able to buy my first business. That equity gave me the foundation to take a risk, create jobs, give back to my community, and provide for my family. The exact opportunity we are now denying to millions of Americans. And here's the bitter irony. The executives, the developers, the owners running these build-to-rent companies always own their own homes. They don't rent. They enjoy the stability, the pride, the wealth building that homeownership provides, while denying that to the same opportunity to working families that power our economy and built this country. This crisis isn't inevitable. President Donald J. Trump recognized it early and acted decisively. As he said at last month's State of the Union address, homes are for people, not for corporations. He made it clear we must focus on building Main Street, not Wall Street. That's why he signed the executive order stopping Wall Street from competing with Main Street home buyers, directing federal agencies to restrict support for large institutional investors buying single-family homes that families could otherwise purchase. He called on Congress to codify and strengthen these protections. Here in Washington, D.C., highly paid political consultants and so-called experts at think tanks have spilled much ink opining on why the GOP now and Democrats before have lost support from young voters. Here's a thought. Maybe it's because young Americans know they can no longer afford to buy a home and start their own families like their parents before them did. Let's review some data. To start with, President Trump's plan is overwhelmingly popular. A recent poll found that 58% of the country supports this plan, including 74% of Republicans and 58% of independents. But that's not all. Poll after poll have found that President Trump is addressing a top priority for younger Americans. 67% of Gen Z voters struggle to cover their monthly housing costs. 74% of younger Americans say the cost of housing has reached a crisis level. And 73% of Americans blame large investors for the lack of affordable housing. The Republican Party would be fools to bury our heads in the sand. Critics of this bill, so what's the other side say? Critics of the bill make two claims, which, by the way, stand in direct contradiction. On the one hand, they claim that institutional investors don't buy enough homes to matter. This is a solution in need of a problem. On the other hand, they claim that institutional investors are so crucial to the housing market that this bill would single-handedly dry up all kinds of homeownership supply. So you can't have it both ways. Either you don't matter or you do matter. Of course, the answer is you do matter. And that's why you saw that 7-year drop in homeownership rates among young people over the period that this industry has boomed. So I say to my Republican colleagues and to my Democrat colleagues, this moment is a test. President Trump proved that by breaking with decades of stale, establishment-driven orthodoxy, he could build an unbeatable coalition, a coalition made up of voters who have for decades abandoned the GOP and who the Democrats have now completely left behind. From black men to younger voters to Hispanics. So the question now is this: will congressional Republicans hear the American people and do what it takes to sustain that coalition? Will we deliver on the promises we made President Trump's on the campaign trail, or will we continue to let the D.C. establishment set our agenda? With the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, a bipartisan effort led by my good, dear friend, Senator Tim Scott, that includes critical provisions to limit large institutional investors from dominating the single-family market, we have a chance to deliver on what we promised these voters. By building on President Trump's executive actions, curbing their access to federal financing and preventing them from crowding out individual buyers, we're putting families first. We're increasing paths to ownership and ensuring more new homes are built for sale, not endless corporate rental portfolios. It's time to get this done. New communities should be places where Ohio families and American families everywhere can own not just rent from faceless funds. The American dream isn't dead. It's just under siege. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, his clear vision that homes are for people, his fight to put Main Street first, we have a real chance to reclaim it. So, Madam President, I urge all of my Republican colleagues, let's make homeownership attainable again for the hard-working men and women who built this country. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Go.
President,
The senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call in relation to substitute amendment number 4308 to Cal number 343, HR 6644.
Without objection.
Madam President,
The senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the previous action with respect to the substitute amendment number 4308 and instead ask for unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Rudd nomination.
Without objection, so ordered.
President.
The senator from Oregon.
Madam President, I rise to speak in opposition to the nomination of Joshua Rudd to be director of the National Security Agency. During his confirmation hearing, General Rudd demonstrated a lack of familiarity with basic constitutional rights, and that ought to be a bare minimum qualification for this extraordinarily important post. His response to questions about privacy and transparency were simply unacceptable. For example, I asked the nominee if he would pledge to not secretly violate existing public guardrails on the National Security Agency surveillance. He refused. For Americans trying to understand the incredible scope of the National Security Agency's surveillance operations on the broad authorities under which the NSA operates, these practices are essential. The agency plays a central role in conducting surveillance under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. That law is known as FISA. It gets a lot of attention from the American people and from Congress because it's public law. The Congress debates the reauthorization of FISA Section 702 every few years. But the NSA also conducts extensive intelligence and surveillance operations outside of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and they do it pursuant to the Executive Order 12333. And when NSA operates entirely under that executive order, on this, Madam President, there's no judicial oversight, not even from the FISA court. The bottom line, to the President and my colleagues, congressional oversight is often dependent on what the executive branch wants to disclose. The potential for abuse is staggering. In 2005, the New York Times revealed that the NSA had conducted an illegal warrantless wiretapping program. For 4 years, the program had been hidden from the American people. By the way, it was also hidden from Congress. And I was a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and even the committee wasn't told about the program. This was one of those infamous decisions that you hear about in situations, what's called the Gang of Eight, where the intelligence community informs only the committee's two leaders and instructs them not to tell other members or staff. So when the committee's vice chair, Jay Rockefeller, was told about the program, he put together a handwritten letter to the Vice President Cheney. And he said he had concerns, but that on his own he couldn't even fully evaluate the program. And so the program, Madam President, continued for years. No oversight, no opportunity for Congress to address it through legislation. This history demonstrates what happens when the NSA's enormous capabilities are abused by administration officials who are willing, unfortunately, to break the law. And unfortunately, that's an accurate description of the executive branch and this administration. It's indisputable that constitutional rights in America are under attack right now. For example, we only recently learned that 9 months ago the administration secretly decided that the government didn't need a judicial warrant to break into a private home. In other words, the administration thinks it can just ignore the Fourth Amendment. And if the administration is going to ignore the Fourth Amendment to break down doors, what assurance would there be that they wouldn't also tap Americans' phones without a warrant? And why should anybody believe they wouldn't do it secretly, and make sure that the public or the Congress or even full intelligence committees weren't aware? When it comes to surveillance, Madam President, I subscribe to Ben Franklin's principle. Franklin said, "Those who would give up liberty for security will lose both and deserve neither." The fact is, and I work on this every single day, we need both. That's not a partisan proposition. Refusing to promise to not violate the Constitution doesn't make us safer. That's why I was particularly focused on General Rudd's understanding of the constitutional limits on the operations of the NSA. So, Madam President, I asked General Rudd whether if he were directed to target people in the United States for surveillance, he would insist that there be a judicial warrant. And I told him in advance that I would ask this question. Then, at the hearing, I offered him the opportunity to answer with a yes or no. We still got no answers. So I thought, cut him some slack and encourage him just to offer some general thoughts on the matter. Still, we got nothing. And I did everything in my power at that confirmation hearing to allow him to demonstrate some understanding of the basic guardrails of the NSA's authorities. I only got vague assurances that he might be interested in the law. Given the history of these NSA abuses and this administration's clear disregard for the Constitution, the General's inability to answer this question in a meaningful way would have really been enough for me to oppose the nomination. But there were other topics that were just as bad. He wouldn't associate himself with the NSA's previous commitment to not buy and use Americans' location data. Then NSA Director Nakasone made this commitment in a public letter in 2023. General Rudd wouldn't stand by that public policy. And that has real implications. Location data, which is bought and sold by some of the sleaziest merchants in the world, sleazy data brokers, can reveal extremely sensitive private information about Americans, including what medical clinics they go to, what houses of worship they go to, what stores they shop at, what protests they attend, and which friends and family they see. The threat to Americans' privacy is even more serious when you stop to consider the discussion about artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can be used against enormous amounts of commercial available data, including location information on Americans. So, Madam President, again, it is deeply disturbing that General Rudd refuses to endorse the NSA's past commitment. This is what they said they would do in the past, and it was to not collect and use all this sensitive data on Americans. General Rudd also refused to say whether the government should mandate backdoors into encryption used by Americans. I think members know encryption is the code that protects your messages, your pictures, and private data from predators and criminals. For years, officials have argued that the government should force the tech companies to build backdoors into their encryption products. But you talk to security researchers, and they'll tell you there's no way to create encryption backdoors that only the government can use. Once you weaken encryption, it is inevitable in America that foreign spies and criminals will exploit the vulnerability. Now, as hacking has gotten more and more sophisticated, the threat that our adversaries will use any and all cyber vulnerabilities has gotten more obvious. In fact, the constant headlines about successful hacking campaigns are probably the reason why we're not hearing as much these days about weakening encryption. So this question for General Rudd should have been easy, particularly since the job to which he's nominated includes responsibilities for the nation's cybersecurity. Again, the general refused to take a position. So his responses to transparency as we move to consider this nomination is especially troubling. In addition to laws in the Constitution, the NSA is bound by numerous policies and procedures which are publicly available. These policies and procedures are especially important because they provide some guardrails on NSA's surveillance and intelligence activities under Executive Order 12333, which again is not governed by finance and not reviewed by the FISA court. So to take just one example, if the National Security Agency is going to conduct a search of the 12333 collection for Americans' communications, it generally needs the Attorney General to determine that there's probable cause that the American is an agent of a foreign power. This is not a law. It's a policy that's been made public by successive administrations so that Americans could get better understanding of the guardrails that apply to the NSA's surveillance activities. This is the bottom line, Madam President. The National Security Agency is supposed to be hunting for terrorists and spies. This agency is not supposed to be hunting for Americans who simply do things that the president doesn't like, such as criticizing their government or buying abortion medication online. So I asked General Rudd what I thought was another easy question as we began to wrap up our confirmation hearing. If he were directed to operate in violation of those public policies and procedures, would he inform the American people? Once again, he refused to make a commitment. So I also asked him whether if the administration secretly decided to withdraw or change any of the public policies, would he ensure that the public sees the new policies? Again, no commitment. So let's be clear. The operational details of the NSA's business is sources and methods, and they have to be absolutely protected. National security is at stake. But I didn't ask General Rudd about sources and methods. They're off limits. I asked him whether Americans can rely on the NSA to conduct its operations within the guardrails that the government, and this is the key, has already made public. But in his response, it's not clear that they can. And when Americans can no longer trust whether intelligence agencies are respecting their own public policies, that's bad for democracy and it's bad for the intelligence agencies. General Rudd was even asked whether if the president secretly decided not to follow these public policies, would he at least, Madam President, inform the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence? General Rudd wouldn't even answer that question in a straightforward way, which makes me wonder what abuses even the Intelligence Committee is never going to hear about. In closing, I have great respect for General Rudd's many years of military service. But I stand here because his troubling statements about constitutional rights that I went into with him in detail simply leave him not qualified for this job. We're now in the second week of a reckless war that was started by Donald Trump. This war and its global fallout have created new and serious threats to our national security. Our country needs an NSA director with experience in U.S. signals activities, and it has to come from working in these issues around the world. General Rudd does not have that experience. The director of NSA has another job, that of commander of U.S. Cyber Command. The demands of this job are mind-boggling. The cyber threat to the United States can't be overstated. And as Salt Typhoon demonstrated, our adversaries have succeeded in inflicting serious damage to our national security. Just last week, the government acknowledged ongoing hacking of U.S. government agencies. So our country needs somebody who is prepared from day one to protect our country in yet this crucial area that I described in closing. That's the question of cyber, because we're dealing not just with Iran, but China and Russia. Commander of Cybercom needs to have a deep and sophisticated understanding of this threat. He or she needs to be able to see this threat in its geopolitical context and to fully grasp the technical capabilities and the policy options that might help NSA and Cybercom. Americans are at war, and we cannot afford to promote someone who lacks the experience for the job. General Rudd's predecessor in the job had that experience. They came up through Cybercom. They were ready. General Rudd is not. And when it comes to the cybersecurity of the country, there just isn't time for on-the-job learning. The threat is too urgent for that. For these reasons, Madam President, I oppose this nomination, and I urge my colleagues in the Senate to do the same.
Madam President.
The senator from Mississippi.
Madam President, my friend from the state of Washington, from the state of Oregon, is correct. We need someone in this position. He and his and many of his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are certainly entitled to their opinion that the president made a mistake in his considered decision. I think the president was correct in what he has done and what he is about to do in Iran. But the fact is, we're there, and we need a commander of the U.S. Cyber Command and a director of the National Security Agency. And I would point out to you, Madam President, and to my colleagues, and to anyone within the sound of my voice, that Lieutenant General Rudd was reported out of the Armed Services Committee by a voice vote. No one even asked for a roll call vote. So there is strong bipartisan support, even among people who agree with my colleague about the wisdom of the president's action. Even among those people, they agree by a voice vote that that General Rudd should be appointed. Operation Epic Fury is complex. It's demanding, and the president is going to dismantle the terrorist regime in Iran, and our capabilities in the cyber domain in that regard have never been more important. So we need this gentleman in office. We'll never get unanimity on every issue, but there's huge support on this side of the aisle and on the Democratic side of the aisle. And so at this point, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the pending nomination Cal 655 be confirmed, that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to the nomination, and that the president be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Is there an objection?
Madam President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President,
Senator from Oregon.
just very briefly, because my friend is on the floor, I think we both agree that this position needs to be filled. What I'm so troubled by is on issue after issue where we needed to see experience and savvy in concrete areas to do what Ben Franklin said. Ben Franklin said we need security and liberty, and smart policies will give you both. And unfortunately, in the questions that I and others asked, of this nominee. He simply had no involvement in the past in these questions. And for that reason, I continue to believe that this nomination is a mistake, and it's why I'm opposing the nomination tonight. And I yield the floor.
I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 3 minutes.
Without objection. The senator from Ohio.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appears separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that if cloture is invoked, the filing deadline with respect to the second-degree amendments to substitute amendment number 4308 to Cal number 343, H.R. 6644 be at 12 noon on Tuesday, March 10th.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, all post-cloture time be expired and the Senate vote on the confirmation of the Rudd nomination at 12 noon tomorrow, and if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 10th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of Cal number 343, H.R. 6644. Further, at 12 noon, the Senate execute today's order in relation to the Rudd nomination, and following the confirmation vote, the Senate recess until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings, and at 2:15 p.m., the Senate resume legislative session and the cloture motion with respect to substitute amendment number 4308 to Cal number 343, H.R. 6644, ripen, and the Senate vote on a motion to invoke cloture.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the cloture vote on the Rudd nomination and the resuming of legislative session.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Lieutenant General Joshua M. Rudd to be General for Appointment in the United States Army under Title 10 U.S.C. Section 601, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Lieutenant General Joshua M. Rudd for appointment in the United States Army to the grade indicate while assigned to a position of importance and responsibility under Title 10 U.S.C. Section 601 to be general shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Cotton, Crapo, Ernst, Fetterman, Hassan, Hirono, Kennedy, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Rosen, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Tuberville, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Markey and Wyden. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Shaheen, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. Aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks. No.
How many more?
Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 68 and the nays are 28, and the motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session, and the Senate will stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.